Good evening and welcome to the Town of Rockingham Bellows Falls Village Joint Board Meeting. It is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, and it is now 6:03 p.m. We're down here in the Rockingham Lower Theater. And of course, those of you who are on, thank you for attending on Zoom. I also believe there are members, maybe most of the members from the Saxons River Village Trustees Board here as well. I think there's one on Zoom, Mr. Ball. Okay, well, some of them, at least. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And we have minutes to approve from September 29.
Move to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification in a future meeting? Nothing from anyone else.
I have something.
You do? What is that?
I don't know if it, I had asked, I think it got sidetracked. I'd asked about. Yeah, you gotta share.
Yeah, I guess we have to share the microphone.
I had asked for there to be on the agenda tonight, article on an item regarding the cemetery maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a place we can add that, Scott?
You can add it
Put
if
it
you like,
anywhere?
and just onto,
Yep.
keep it on for discussion, absolutely.
We just won't be able to take any action on it. Is that what your intent was?
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to speak.
Okay, we'll put it as item number 7.
Yep, you will.
So that's cemetery maintenance.
Jeff.
Okay. Is that it? You all set, Wade?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right then. Public comment on items. Anyone here or there or anywhere? I can't see hands. Is she? Okay. Yep. So. I wonder. She'll have to ask us later about who did the minute, who made the motion for the minutes in second.
Anybody
Okay.
has any comment?
Anyone here? I don't see anything. We're good? Someone else is
Good.
coming in. Okay.
Getting ice.
Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, then we move on to the manager's report. Scott.
Thank you. Couple items just for general information. At least for now, the bridge project seems to have mostly been concluded at the 11th hour. Somehow they did manage to get all that paving done. On the last day that the plants were open, I was amazed that they were able to do it in the weather that they did it. We'll see how it holds up, but they got it done. So it was less than ideal, but at least now they're just in a cleanup portion. We're still in dispute about some of the issues of the road closures and some of the attendant impacts on our local roads. So I'll keep you up to date as that goes forward. Certainly nobody anticipated that the detour would be interrupted by the storms in July, and then we took on a tremendous volume of traffic really from July 30th till November 30th. So in my estimation, dealing with the New Hampshire folks, I feel like we need to get some additional satisfaction to help us sort of restore some of the pavement markings, some additional pavement that you saw. We took a tremendous amount of additional volume, so I'll keep you informed as that goes forward. We're also going to talk a little bit later tonight about a potential process to talk about stimulus ARPA money, how we might want to engage the public. So we'll leave that for a later portion of the meeting as we're talking about some other items. The last thing that we'll just bring up again now is we are into our winter season. So folks, I think, have already sort of started to get cars off the street into parking lots with permits. Be aware that, we've had some slippery snow and ice sort of mornings. So hopefully people are driving cautiously and paying attention, and we're fully ready for the winter. Most of our equipment is in good shape, and we have a good stockpile of salt and sand. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we don't have a winter like we had with rain. It could be a tremendously interesting one if we do. So that was it for today.
Okay. Oh, I did want to ask though, do we have any anticipation of when those lights are coming down or how long, much longer they'll be up? People be surprised when the lights aren't there.
I've asked them for that, and since they haven't, they've extended now beyond today was supposed to be the last day of their project, and like I said, their engineer and I are having some conversations, so I'll try to update both boards when I get better feedback on that.
Great.
I got a little question. How come the sidewalk plow guy was plowing the sidewalk when there wasn't any snow on it?
He's a new operator, so one of the things that we asked him to do is to go out and learn the routes. So the first
Oh.
time that he does it isn't in 6 or 10 inches of snow where he's smashing into things and falling off curbs. So it was just a practice.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yep.
Great, thank you. On to the agenda, the first item is the tax sale discussion and delinquency report.
Two separate reports. Both are, one is specific to the town, one is specific to the village. There's also some notes on there from Pam about people that are in agreements, different things that are potentially an issue because some of our more delinquent taxpayers also are out of business or in a place where there is no longer a viable entity to go after for collection. Be that as it may, there's a couple of items that are impacting this, and I think a couple of questions have been asked already about particular parcels. Our current policy is that the delinquency has to be 2 years in age plus at least a $2,000 number in order for us to have it qualify for tax sale. So people have asked me a couple of questions about a couple of properties, and in the instances that I responded back to folks, they might have qualified for the amount, but they hadn't been delinquent for the long enough period to qualify for sale. So be that as it may, what I'd like to do is ask the board if we could delay our actual process until the 1st of February, and we just got some additional information from the state of Vermont. We've talked to you before about this program to help taxpayers that are in arrears actually pay back some of their past due local property taxes. The website for that has been up and operating, but they have not been able to give people a specific program implementation date. The last we spoke to the state people, they said it will be up and running by the end of December. So what I would like to do is send all of these people on this delinquent list an update with the link to that location and some instructions about, because the individual owners have to apply, whether they're eligible. And at that point, then on February 1st, if we're in agreement, then we'll go ahead and begin the process for tax sale, but at least it'll give people one last chance to see if there's any other sort of last ditch opportunity for them to get some of their arrears taken care of in this program before we start the formal notification and then ultimately have a sale.
Is this connected anyway with the COVID situation that's going on? That's why this program came up?
They don't tie it specifically to COVID, but I think some of the monies came out of some of the COVID funds.
Okay, I just wondered because.
But you don't have to show that you were impacted directly by COVID.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
Right.
Because some of these would probably not qualify because they're out of before COVID came into effect.
Right,
There's
but
some
since
here that got 5 or
the
6
guidelines
years.
haven't been put up, they've
Arrears.
only got this if you go to the website and you try to do it on your own individual parcel, it'll let you go through and tell you whether or not at this point you have eligibility. But there is no official program start yet where somebody can go in and actually apply for the funds. So I think a little forbearance, it will only be another 60 days, and it won't materially impact what we're ultimately going to collect, but in the cases of the monies that we went after for past due utilities, we've collected over $32,000. So there is money out there, and certainly when people do apply for it, it's to their benefit and to our benefit ultimately, because it comes to our bottom line. So
Do you need a motion or consensus to go ahead with what you just proposed about sending the letter out?
Want to go next, Rick? Hold on, wait till
I just have a question. Does this program apply to individual owners or commercial individuals?
They didn't give a definition. You have to go on and put on your individual property and then see whether or not that property is eligible.
So some of the commercial entities seem to owe about, I mean, one of them I noticed was $32,000 between the parent. So we're functioning as an interest-free bank for these people at the moment. And it's been going on for a lot of years. And I'm hoping, will our new finance person make this an annual, as it is in most other towns?
I think it's a little difficult to do it annually because quite frankly, you need a certain volume of this in order to make it worthwhile, just because of the fees that are charged. You know, there's a pretty big chunk of this that you have to pay for in order to go through the collection process. So right off the bat, you're going to lose at least 15% of that money as part of the collection process.
And last time we spoke of this, you said we were going to go after people who owe more than $2,000. Was that the
Well,
limit?
that's the current board policy. You guys certainly have the right to change it if you feel that you want to, but that was adopted in 2018, so it's fairly up to date.
Okay, got it.
Peter, you were not done. You were asking.
No, I was just wondering if you needed a consensus of the board or a motion to proceed with getting.
I think a consensus of the board would be great. And we don't necessarily have to do a formal motion for this, right?
Do you have something?
Yeah, in the determination of the $2,000 and the 2 years, do you combine both the Bellows Falls list and the Rockingham list?
Yes,
Okay,
in those instances, we would,
okay.
right.
And are you thinking of that's a reasonable guideline to go forward with?
I think it makes sense because a lot of these you can see are under that $2,000 threshold, and I think, quite frankly, it's a lot of effort to go after that money, and I think that, you know, what we're trying to do is encourage compliance, and I think when people reach a certain point, I think it's almost a diminishing return about whether or not they're actually going to be able to catch back up.
Okay.
Some people, this is sort of a wake-up call, and they will actually come in and catch up. Yeah.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
because I think come February, it would be good to confirm those guidelines. And obviously, and you may want to at that time suggest exceptions that are either under the 2,000 or over the 2,000. I think if you come prepared with that, I think it would speed up the process. But I think as a guideline for us right now, we're doing this combined $2,000
Right.
in 2 years.
And some of these, quite frankly, are business entities that don't have any assets and are no longer operational or functional. So we have to decide.
I wouldn't expect that because they have no property that they would qualify for a way to pay their taxes without property. There's nothing to put on it, you know what I mean? They have no property. They just had a business, and there's a few of them, and they've been there for years, and we haven't done anything to go further and take them to court or whatever it needs to be done, so there's nothing to attach. We need to follow through, and that's what I'm concerned about. I mean, I understand giving homeowners the opportunity, there's
Right.
giving them additional 60 days to see if they can get the process in place, but for people who have no property, we really need to go after them, because they're never gonna touch it. There's no way, no tangible way except through the courts to get them to pay.
And again, the only concern I have with that is if it's an LLC or some other creation that has no assets and has not been operating and is functionally, basically, there's nothing there, I'm not sure what the advantage is to go after that money.
Well, if their business is still inactive,
If it's an active operation, I would agree.
but we haven't done anything with any
So-
of this stuff, and I think we're coming up on the 4 or 5 year mark where we haven't touched these properties. And that's why they continue to get more penalties and fees, so I see you have.
Yeah, when it's marked as deceased, Scott, does that mean that a lien will be placed on the property, so when the inheritance happens, that tax bill moves on to the inheritor?
Again, if the research is done appropriately and the title company does the appropriate title searching, they will find that, and that will be part of any transfer of ownership if there's a new owner. What happens in a lot of these cases is, and it gets very sloppy, is title companies don't do appropriate searches. Somebody buys the property and has no knowledge or any information that there was past due taxes on the property. That's happened in quite a few instances. Then the recovery at that point, they have to go back against the title company and try to collect, which is not a simple process to do. And that's happened in more than one occasion. So, especially if a property has sat for years because, you know, there's disputes about the estate, which has happened in a couple of cases. And some of these can drag on for multiple years. So it's not always a clean process.
So does the board agree, or do we have a consensus to wait the 60 days until February 1st?
I just had a quick question.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
The manager probably said this and I missed it, but this program that's kind of sitting idle, when did you say when it was going to be functional for?
The last correspondence we had with them was right after last week, and they explained that they will have the program fully operational before the end of December.
Oh, okay.
So,
Can you give us the website again, just so people that can hear it?
yeah, I didn't bring it with me,
Or at
but
least-
I will send it back to the boards again.
Okay, I just want to
'Cause-
try and get out to the
right.
public, but you don't have it, so.
No, I didn't bring it down with
Okay.
me, so, but I will. Well, you know what we'll do is we'll put it on our website too,
That'd be great, yeah.
a link to that location, because people can go to it now, it's active, but they just can't go through the formal process.
They just sit, yeah.
But they can verify potentially if they're eligible. So,
So again, board consensus. Is anyone opposed to this? Wait until February 1st. You have nothing? Did you have something else, Peter?
No, I just want to make sure we get the consensus to let them take the single letters out.
Oh. Oh, and also
Yeah.
and also the letters. Do we have a consensus about that as well?
Yeah.
All right, then, you know what to do.
yep,
You're all set.
definitely.
Thank you. Come in and pay your taxes, please. The rest of us are paying for the community without you. Just saying.
Mhm.
Number 2, 66 Atkinson Street update.
So we have gone through a whole host of opportunities to try and salvage materials out of the building. And so that is concluded. We've had a inquiry from the Abenaki folks about some historic archaeological potential on the site. And so we're working with our contractor to see if we can try to be sensitive to the site. So later on, after the building and the debris pile is removed, there might be some opportunities to do a dig potentially later in the spring. So we've already had those conversations with those folks, and they're aware of what our process is to take the building down, and then there's going to be a little bit of subsurface disturbance, but there'll be large areas of that lot that won't be disturbed, so they'll have spots where they can do some subsurface work, and I think we'll probably do something more formal with them once the snow melts and we get a break in the spring. So at this point, the next step is we're going to meet with the contractor and the school district, because that'll be the next coordinating effort, is to make sure that whatever activities we do there doesn't disrupt the Central Elementary School. It will, at least while the demo is going on, it's going to be a fairly disruptive process. And at that point, then it's fully on the contractor in terms of means and methods, and he'll have full responsibility and liability for the property at that point. So and that starts really tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Peter.
A point of information too, there's a lot of walkers from the middle school that go down that way and cross over, so you don't want to touch base with the middle school also.
We can bring them into that conversation as well.
Just
Definitely.
But they should probably stay away from that side of the street.
Yeah, as we get closer to a real demo schedule, we'll make every effort to try to keep people informed and hopefully away. But you guys know, as soon as you start demo, it attracts people.
Of course it does.
It's quite a spectacle, so I'm sure we'll be
Bring out your lawn chair. Have a seat.
managing.
This is cold.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah,
Is there a basement in that building? I didn't recall.
there is. It's an earth and stone.
Okay, fieldstone basement?
Yeah,
Okay, is that that's gonna come out too, or they're just gonna fill
only
it?
6 inches, and then they're going to bring it to level.
the
We're
level.
not digging deep, so.
No,
No,
so they'll be filling the hole.
there'll be some fill on the
Okay.
site.
Well, that's, yeah, disturbing the low ground, because that's what I was thinking of, whether there was a basement.
Right, but they can, and they've already agreed, there's other spots on that parcel that they can do some archaeological investigation with, so they were fairly happy. I think it was a good compromise. It worked out.
Do we have a target date for the demolition?
We won't have that specifically until we meet, so we're gonna set up a contract meeting probably either late this week or early next. So,
Scott, have you suggested a process as to how we will decide what will happen with that lot?
well, like all good things, that'll be the next step, that we'll have to have a conversation with both boards, probably at our next joint meeting. By then, I think we'll be at a point where the building is at least down and the site is at least clear. And then there'll be a discussion about how do you want to proceed with, the highest and best use. I think we all want to recoup some of the public funds that have been invested. Both the town and village have money into this property for various items for, an extended period of time. So by the time the demo's over, I'd say we're probably into this for $80,000 to $85,000 between the two, between both the town and the village. So, and then there's a conversation about, I'm sure the school district will want to have a conversation because they're always interested since it abuts their current property. There's all sorts of other opportunities to redevelop that site where you might be able to return it to the tax rolls. So that's a whole conversation I think that the boards need to have. Gary and I have talked about some things in a very preliminary way, so we'll bring to you some options to discuss at that next joint meeting. So nothing's going to happen quickly, no matter what we do. So, and there's no need, there's no urgency at this point, unless, somebody has something very specific that,
At least till spring, anyway,
yeah,
at least.
at a minimum, it's not going to happen until at least spring. So we'll have a meeting with probably March, I think, is the next one.
Did anyone else have?
So the town owns that property, so the decision would rest with the select board what happens with the property, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Right.
Yes, I mean, the ultimate responsibility and authority rests with the select board. I think the conversation could take place with both boards just for a general community input and just to receive as much feedback as possible, but ultimately it will be a select board decision. So,
So will the select board pay us the taxes that go to the village? Just saying.
Well, interesting you bring that up, because, no, I don't have an issue with giving, it's only $1,400-$1,500, so it's water and sewer. But the town does not tax itself, so the town taxes are moot at this point, I would assume. So that's a discussion we can have at our board meeting, and decide if we want to be nasty or
right.
nice.
I
Tis the
was being
season.
nice.
Tis the
It seems to
season.
be nice.
Yes.
Tomorrow my Christmas hat goes on, that's it.
Right. Happy
Anyone
holidays.
else? I just want to make sure.
Do they have a sense of how long it will take to fix that?
My guess is once he's on site, he won't be on there more than 2 or 3 days.
Okay,
Unless he runs into some severe kind of weather or other unforeseen complication. I mean, you've seen these guys. Once they get going, they don't mess around. It's pretty quick from a standing building to a
couldn't see
pile.
you Peter's head. So I'm saying.
So,
That's
yeah.
not enough conversation about your head. Anyone else? We're all set? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. All right, on to item number 3, discussion of the local face covering, local option.
So I put some information in the packets that this is recently passed legislation from the state. And there are some local options now in terms of if you want to create, basically it's a temporary authority to enforce face covering in indoor locations that are open to the public. So right now, there is no statewide mandate to that. They have basically taken that position that it's up to each individual community how they want to approach it. And there's a couple of attached potential resolutions if in fact you want to go forward with requiring a specific face covering requirement here for the town or the village or both. So I can just tell you from our own experience in this building, the vast majority of people that have come into the building, even when we were under mandatory statewide state of emergency, were compliant. We had very few challenges from people about, a mask and that type of wanting to come in with a confrontation. So our experience, for the most part, has been fairly positive. People have really not been creating disturbances or creating, conflicts with staff about those issues. And for the most part, the staff has felt pretty comfortable working in the building and keeping it open to the public. So if you want to go forward, at least from a staff perspective, I've seen it in places where they not require, but request that you bring a face covering when you come in, but it's not a requirement. And then, again, that's totally up to you in terms of how you want to go forward. But from a staff perspective, we have not had a huge confrontation or a huge issue about this.
Well, I don't think we need to impose a mandate myself. Most of the merchants around here now currently do have a sign on their store front as you come in that either the masks are required or they have it with it masks are not required if you're fully vaccinated. So I think it's a matter of the merchants. I don't think we need to be driving business out of town. I know, reading the Reformer today, there are 3 letters condemning the Brattleboro Select Board action about mandating their masks. So, I don't know how much support the rest of this board goes, but I wouldn't propose imposing one. Plus, the enforcement's another tricky issue.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this item? I hear, oh, you do, okay. Good.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that I'm kind of just on the opposite side of the fence, I guess, for what it's worth. I think we should do something, just based on all the numbers and, what that something might be, I don't know, but I think anything we can do to help the situation is in the best interest of everybody.
But doesn't help.
Pardon?
I mean, voluntary compliance has been gone up pretty well, and I noticed based upon this past weekend when there was concerns about the new variant, and that is, I saw more people than I'd ever seen before in quite many months wearing masks. So people will put on their own masks, and again, as Peter has indicated, businesses can make those choices themselves. And then we go up to a next town if we have a mandate, and then they don't wear masks, or we try to get people who come into our community from across the river and so on and so forth, using our post office in our stores and making them wear masks. I think we're better saying that we would, if you wish to wear masks, please do so in your own best interests, if you feel that you need that. And I think Peter and I are both on the same side. We don't believe we should have one. But we are a board, not just individuals. So other people who have something else to say about it, their own opinions, you're welcome to do that. Anyone else? I hear nothing.
The only other thing I'd add is I actually am of the belief that as a business, the town and village should require it amongst our own municipal staff and buildings. And at a minimum after that, at least support or some type of resolution where we agree with the businesses and encourage them to require it on their own, with us leading the way and setting some type of example for the remainder of the community. But that's where I'm at with it.
And I would like to say that I agree with you completely. I understand it's a really tricky issue. I'm glad to see some more people at this meeting wearing a mask. I've been wearing a mask. I never stopped wearing a mask. And I'd just like to remind everybody that being vaccinated does not mean that you can't spread it. And I think in our town hall, masks should be worn always. And I think if some kind of a statement would be nice to the community. We support the wearing of masks in public places in Rockingham. Just that, I guess. But I mean, I know it's very touchy. I know people have strong feelings about it. But I think setting an example is important. So I'm just backing you up there, Wade.
Is there any additional sentiment one way or the other? Is there anything from the public? Just making sure you have an opportunity to weigh in. There does not seem to be energy to move forward on this item. And therefore, we will move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you. Item number 4 is to discuss the cannabis model warning. I'm not exactly sure. This
Well,
is more
I
for you guys with your annual meeting coming up, yeah?
No, Rick's the one's pushing it, I guess, so.
Pushing it.
And Scott has something to say, so he's
Maybe he's gonna start farming, I don't know.
gonna start his own farm.
So the VLCT does have a whole host of information about town meeting and articles and specific language. And I think the language that Rick was referring to is actually on page 12, if you look at the final, at the
Yeah.
back of those pages.
Yeah.
And really, those are the questions that other communities have under the opt-in cannabis retailers or integrated licensee establishments. Those are the questions that people have put forth in relationship to cannabis. The other item that other places have put forth is the 1% sales tax, which is a separate authorization, which would then be, again, a revenue opportunity. But the language specifically for opt-in for cannabis, just for the two particular local options, are the language that you see there.
Rick, would you like to speak to the item since
Yeah,
it's yours?
yeah. Act 164 provides towns with direct democracy in that people can decide, the people of the town can decide if they want retail cannabis and how they want it. I know, I mean, it's not, probably around this table, there are a lot of different feelings about it, but I would make a process comment that if the legislature has worked to give our townspeople this opportunity, I don't see why we would stand in the way of letting them decide.
Is that what we're trying to decide here tonight, whether or not to have this on the ballot?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, well, I completely agree with Rick. This, I think it should be up to the citizens to vote on this matter. And I think both questions should be on the ballot, from my understanding of what
The
they
integrated
mean.
license and the retail, because those are the two
Those are the
specific.
two
Right.
questions.
Correct.
And you can accept the retail and not the integrated licenses,
Right.
Correct,
Or you can do both.
or you can do both.
right.
And of course, the village can, what I would like to know is, if the town does that and puts it on the agenda and it passes, the village has no choice but to say yes, even if we want to say no. I want to know what that means, because we're a separate municipality. So how does that work? That's a question that needs to be answered. I mean, if the village doesn't want to do that, and I'm not saying I don't, I'm simply saying as an individual entity, as a municipality, we should have the right to say the same, to do the same thing. And if our residents don't want it, which of course we're 3/5 of the town, how does that work? You don't have an answer for that?
No,
No.
nobody's done it with,
Yeah.
integ-
I'd like to
with
see
two
what that
separate
answer would
votes
be.
within, no.
mhm.
Well, we had an opportunity.
No, we did, yeah, we didn't choose to, but,
Yeah, exactly.
right, but what happens if the town
No, I
puts it on the
understand.
ballot and it's voted in? What
Right.
happens to the village of Bellows Falls, because
Right.
we're a separate municipality and we say no? Or if we want, or we didn't have the option to say yes or no, because the town is a blanket that
Yeah.
covers all of it, including Saxons River. How does that work?
You
Well,
could
and-
ask the AG, but I think that if it's passed in the community, it supersedes.
It's passed, yeah.
I would say if the town vote is positive to permit it, then that's a pretty good proxy
Yeah,
for the village's attitude. I think one of the things we could do, the trustees could do, is to put a place on our ballot in February. I mean, I'm sorry, in March, May.
May.
May. Get all the state, all
I know,
the
too many.
months here. In case it was a very close vote or something like that, I suppose we
Mhm.
could do that. But I'm inclined to go with what the town votes myself.
Well, I guess if past practice is any guide, you did have one vote previously about medical marijuana,
Mhm.
which isn't the same, obviously. It's a little different,
Actually,
but
that was passed by the select board itself, was it not?
No.
It didn't go, it went
No,
before
it
the
went to
voters?
town meeting.
Oh,
We-
did it
Okay,
go to town
all
The
right.
only thing got
It did.
passed was to put it
Not
on the ballot.
though.
Okay,
It's on the
Right.
floor.
so I mean, you've had
Yeah.
some past practice with how that would, but
Mhm.
you could go forward. But again, this is a different
animal,
different
basically.
process and a
Yeah.
different animal.
Yeah.
It's also a different time too.
True.
Some time has passed.
And-
But I think what Diggs has said is exactly correct. I mean, yeah, the village is most of the town.
Mhm.
But if most of the town votes for it, that kind of like says the village is for it. If it's really close, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
then maybe put it on your thing and throw it back to the state. Say, okay, well, now what do we do? Because that's where the answer has to come from. I don't think we're going to come up with
Yeah,
one
that's,
here
yeah, that's
tonight.
where we have to come from. There are a couple of people here from Greater Falls Connections who would like to weigh in, and if the board has no desire to speak heavily on it right now, I'd like to give them an opportunity. They want to talk about a couple of the statements, some actual facts. So, Deb or Laura?
Yeah, I'll start. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. I'm with Greater Falls Connections. We're a local group, as you know, that provides resources and information around supporting healthy youth and families and communities. And for the sake of brevity, I will pass it on to my colleague, Deb Whitkiss.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you to the select board for giving us time to just speak this evening. I really appreciate how you're framing this all. And this is what we want the voters to decide. And we totally agree with that. And we're here tonight because we want to encourage you to do so as you move forward, to do so with due diligence. And of our concern and why we are here tonight is because we want to reach out and provide support and assistance, because what we have seen in the community and is the only concern for us is our youth and youth exposure and youth early use. In the context of right now, we're in the middle of a youth mental health crisis. Our youth nationally and in the state of Vermont are reporting unprecedented levels of stress. And there is, as a lot of you know, we carry with us, especially around rural poverty, a lot of endemic generational trauma and substance use. And what we want to do is to be able to provide support so we can make sure that as you move forward, that we were really making sure we're taking care of those who are most vulnerable to develop a problem with substance use. Not all youth are, but there are some that are particularly at higher risk. So just wanting to add to that, our current mental health systems are really, they're actually understressed and overwhelmed right now. They've got hiring bonuses everywhere throughout the state of Vermont to hire clinicians. And there is some connection to youth early use and complicating mental health challenges. So we just want to provide information and support so we can just do our due diligence for our youth. Thank you.
So we do have some concerns about the current regulations that are being proposed, including, as some of you may be aware, the fact that as it's proposed, none of the local taxes will come back to the local community. And the only benefit that towns are able to have financially is a $100 licensing fee, while the state will have, thousands of dollars in fees that they'll be able to take and use and decide what to do with those funds as far as addressing what happens when we have retail cannabis in communities. So that is the main challenge that the select board and the trustees may want to think about. And Our recommendation for you now is really to take it slow, and there's no rush currently. And we propose to form a nonpartisan community group that could help us as a community look at the pros and cons of what it would mean for our community to have retail cannabis. And Greater Falls Connections would be happy to help facilitate that and orient folks and town leaders to to a community discussion. We would also be happy to, as part of that group, conduct a community survey that could give you as decision makers some more feedback on what the town is looking for, even before you decide whether or not to put it up for a vote.
The other thing that we'd like to recommend is that we actually have conversations, cannabis conversations. There are so many different beliefs, and there's science that is out there, and there's old world, like I have a friend who, got a lot of relief using cannabis during her cancer treatments. Like, to not have a one-sided black and white, let's try to convince each other, but let's just try to grow in our understanding, and also be prepared. If the community decides to pass this, let's start having conversations. Let's talk about our kids. Let's talk to our kids. How do we talk to other parents? If your kid is going over to play at another kid's house and the other parents there, partake in recreational marijuana. So we're prepared for what's coming next. And we'd also like to offer to provide information. And with that said, we actually have put together just some materials for you to look at that really focus on the state of youth mental health. Kind of what's going on and the lack of access to mental health for youth. And we also have some best practices for retail sale of cannabis that having to do with zoning and advertising, just to prevent youth exposure. So we're being really proactive. Whatever you decide, we're going to be with you 100%. And if you want to reach out and talk and be a part of this, both Laura and I can be reached at laura@greaterfallsconnections.org or deb@greaterfallsconnections.org. We're at Parks Place. Just give us a call there, 463-9927. Our intentions are really to make sure we go slow and do our due diligence around this, given the fact that some youth may be more at risk. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you too. I appreciate that. If you have materials you want to get to the board, you could get them to us or get it through the manager, and then he can forward them on to us. And that'd be great, because I'm going to see what happens with the select board. And Peter, you had something.
Well,
Oh, you
Rick
wanted
had
to
his
go.
hands up first. No,
Yep.
I'll go after him.
Go ahead.
Laura and Deb, thank you very much for an enlightened presentation. You make some fabulous points. There has been a development. The Cannabis Control Board is proposing to the legislature that either 1 or 2% of the excise tax come back to the municipality. So that's a key thing.
Yeah.
Second thing is that, like alcohol, cannabis will only be sold to those over 21 years of age. And I know there will be filtering down, as there is with booze, from adults to young people. That is certainly a given. But and I don't think we are the decision makers. I think it's the people of Rockingham who'll be making that decision. I think educational efforts should be directed towards them. It seems like the democratic way that's been set out by the legislature, and I would recommend that we let the people have a say.
I totally agree. Thank you for that. And thank you for the new information. We're all about local control of tax dollars.
Good.
I don't know if there's any interest on the part of the board, but I know Ludlow or Londonderry had 3 supposedly cannabis experts that showed up at open forum where the public was invited to attend, and they were neither for nor against the proposal. I might be interested. I don't know if the board's interested or whether we should have a forum before we get to town meeting, and that way they have these people that are supposedly knowledgeable in that area, and they can tell us the facts and the fallacies of the proposal.
I think
Yep,
that's a good, I think it would be
Good.
good to have some kind of public forum,
Yes.
you know, especially to make people aware of what these two different resolutions mean.
Right.
It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, that is a great idea,
I mean,
Peter.
I don't know who these people were. There were three of them, and I don't know, maybe we could reach out to
Check with
those
Ludlow.
communities
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
find out who they were and ask them if they'd be interested in coming down.
Something like 25 towns last March voted in favor, 7 voted against. And around here, I saw, Ludlow decided against it. Lots and other towns have voted for it. So I mean, every town's going, there's not a pattern of total
Of acceptance
acceptance.
or denial.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yes,
Yeah,
James.
I would like to suggest to the select board to consider, if you're going to put this on the ballot, that you also put in the 1% sales tax
Local option.
option. I think clearly, there's a couple of issues. The most pressing issues are the ones that the ladies have just brought out, which is the concern about cannabis. I think the other issue is money, and if the town is interested in this, there may be part of that interest might be the revenue. So it would just seem to me, to complete the picture, that you would include the sales tax as well.
That's why I think the forum would be handy, because they could explain that. And if you don't pass that, you know, all the revenue you're gonna get is the $100 license fee that you're able to charge. So, and the state can charge 10 to 50,000. It's a little offbeat there, to tell you the
I know,
truth. So,
and
even 1 or 2% is not gonna cover enforcement costs
Nope.
of what we got out there. I mean,
The
and do we want to be known as I want to hate to say it, but a drug capital or drug draw of the state, like some of these other people are?
I think we're going to be surrounded by towns with opportunities
Well,
to buy and
then
sell. But
maybe
yeah,
that's their prerogative.
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, already. Yeah.
And the other thing is, if the legislature
Don't go there, but-
if the legislature does pass the 1% excise tax then it becomes moot what we do, right?
Oh, if they do.
Yeah, if they do, then we're going to get the money automatically. And we won't have to tax everything else at 1%. I mean, the disadvantage of adding 1% is that it makes us less competitive, our stores less competitive with stores in
that's-
other towns.
Oh, yeah.
That's the trouble with that. I mean,
Yeah.
people already cross the river just to avoid what sales
Right.
tax we have.
Yeah.
That's true.
The only thing that I'll add to the conversation is, from a timing standpoint, if you're going to have a warning published for the March town meeting,
Yeah.
you're really under the gun to have this meeting early in January, because the warning will have to be out, I think, by the 18th or the 20th. It's not far after that, so
Yep. Yeah.
there's not a lot of time. And I know the holidays aren't wonderful times to try to do large public meetings, but you could do something in early January and still have it.
I do
time
know
to-
that the town clerk has told me that anybody that's thinking of running for office for any vacancies, that the petitions are required and they're gonna be due January 24th. So I don't know if that,
Oh, means they open next month.
Yeah.
I think it's 45 days from the date
yeah.
of the
So
meeting,
I don't know
so
if that's an
working
indication
backwards,
when
I
they have
think.
to be in, because they have to have the people on the ballot before you can do so
So,
anyway.
Right.
so when you say
Just wait.
we're going to decide tonight, right? If it's going to be on the ballot.
You can.
Right.
The select board
I
can do
thought
that
that's
now.
what we said we were doing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So that's done. So in terms of this forum or something, that can come after January, right? I mean, that's an
it can.
educational thing.
It's
Right.
educational. It makes
That has
people
nothing to
decide
do with whether or
yes
not
no.
what has to be warned for the ballot, right?
Well, yeah,
Excuse me for one moment, Bonnie.
Wait, wait a moment, please. Just wait your
Sorry.
turn until they finish.
yeah, it's just a timing question, just to make sure whatever your decision is, that it's done so that we have the 45 days.
All right, Deb, and then Gary.
Yeah, I have a comment too.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Laura, perhaps you should go first, because I saw you had your hand up, and we'll be really brief.
Please, yeah, please.
The pleasure of the president. I want to mention that there is also the option for the residents to petition and go through the regular process of doing a petition with 5% of signatures to get on the warning. So that's another way for the democratic process to happen.
Right, if the select board doesn't choose to put it on there already, so.
Sure.
Deb, did you have something brief? to
Sure.
say?
I just wanted to say the way that we are approaching this is we believe in expertise and science, but often what we've seen in a lot of the community forums that are based on listening to experts, it can actually be really polarizing in a community. And what we really want to do is bring in people with different perspectives and backgrounds and experiences so we can have balanced conversations. So people aren't reacting in fear or, having a debate on whose research is more relevant. So yeah, just something a little bit more community focused so we can actually listen to each other and listen to people who have expertise in mental health or, the implications of early cannabis use, maybe even law enforcement and, how they see it. Thank you.
But when you get close to wanting to do a forum, it probably perhaps a good idea to maybe include them in the conversation as you get ready.
Well, of course, yeah.
Absolutely.
Gary
Oh,
wanted to
and
say
Laura.
something.
Yeah,
Go,
so,
Mike, okay.
yeah, so from an economic perspective, in terms of sales tax in New Hampshire, at this time, recreational marijuana is illegal in New Hampshire. So there is not that competition issue with the sales tax.
Okay, does anyone else have anything else? Now, you guys want to make a motion to vote on this, if you want to put it on your ballot, right?
If that's the desire of the board, it's not my desire, but
right.
if someone wants to make the motion, we'll entertain it.
All right, I move that in accordance with Act 164, that we give the citizens of Rockingham the opportunity to decide if they want cannabis retail to be available for folks over the age of 21 within the town of Rockingham.
I'll
Do I hear a
second that
second?
motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motions were made and seconded to put the cannabis question, 2 questions on the board on the town meeting warrant. Any further discussion?
Actually, that's not what he said. He only mentioned the authorizing cannabis retailers. He didn't say anything about integrated licensees.
That was going to be my question, is there are 2 separate
Yeah,
potential actions, so. are we
Okay, I've
just
got a-
Proposing one or both?
Thank you. I should
No.
thank you for mentioning that. I think I should include both. I mean, I've been in contact with Susan Senning at the VLCT,
Yeah, I know.
and they've given us specific language that they recommend that the warning be.
Okay,
And so I think we should let people vote on both the retail and the integrated retail.
should you keep them separated or together?
I think they're 2 separate.
Yeah.
As I understand, people can vote for one, and some towns have voted for retail without the integration.
Mhm.
Right.
Others have voted for 2. For both.
Just the opposite, right.
Okay,
Yep.
so both of them, but not together in the same.
Yeah, and also I support totally an educational forum, and I would love to have Laura and Deb work with anybody else who wants to put that together.
So back to you. and your motion.
Sorry.
Okay, so you've corrected your motion. Do you second the correction?
Yes,
All
I
right.
second the correction.
Motion's made and seconded, as I began to say, that we would, the town would put the cannabis retailers or integrated licenses for cannabis on the town meeting warrant. Motion made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed would say nay. Nay. Carries, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for your
You're welcome.
input tonight, very much. And we're moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Fire Equipment Committee update.
So we handed this out to you, so it was sitting at your place when you came for the meeting tonight. So there's a couple of, if you look at the back of this memo from Gary, there's a couple of things we want to draw your attention to. You can see in the top of the back page, there's a host of equipment that we have already purchased for the town in 2020 that will be reimbursed. There is a a local match for that as well, but you can see that that money will be coming back to you, 22,000 of that $26,000 of various items of equipment that was purchased already. Then there's a host of items that are fairly large items that are coming in fiscal '22 that are coming through 3 separate program tranches. And Gary, maybe you can just jump in and sort of walk people through that since you put the numbers together.
Still have the microphone? Yep. Otherwise,
Sure. So first of all, there's one item missing on here. So um, the fire committee is still working through these items, and I missed on the assistance to firefighters grant. Each department is eligible for 3 applications: one for vehicles, one for equipment, and then a regional one would be for something shared by the region, by departments. And for the Rockingham Fire Department, there is an equipment grant to add to this that will be looking for air packs, I believe. And basically, what this grid does is show all of the assistance to firefighters grants because they have a really low local match. I think it's 5%. But then it is pretty competitive, and so where that's not successful, like one item that's really crucial is the upgraded radios, so that all the fire departments can communicate with each other, the new standards. So even though it's a higher local match, we did submit a combined USDA grant that was, I believe, 6 radios for Bellows Falls and 10 for Rockingham. So that's on the USDA column. And Rockingham purchased some equipment last year. That's the only one that's been awarded and accomplished, is that first line. And then there's the potential, as we go through the ARPA process, that some funds could go to that as well. So there's a column there as things develop and progress over time. But the assistance for firefighters grants are due 3rd week of December. So those will be going in pretty soon. And I guess, and Kevin's here for the committee too, and could answer any specific questions.
I think the one thing that the Fire Equipment Committee agreed on was that we want to make sure that we prioritize in our solicitations personal protective equipment for the firefighters. So, for example, if any of their turnout gear is past useful life, that's a high priority. Any of the Scott air packs or other pieces of their breathing apparatus that are past useful life, those are higher priority. And then we'll go from there, obviously, to other life safety critical items like radios and pagers, and then basically equipment, and then finally vehicles. But to us, it was important to make sure that when people arrive at a scene, that they're at least wearing gear that is up to date and as safe as possible. So that was one of the focuses of some of this grant. And again, it's a process to pull together from 3 departments. It's a lot of research, and people have to provide a lot of information on these grants. But as you can see, as Gary described, if you're successful, the ratio of the local money to the federal money is very, very positive. So this is an opportunity for us to really help all of our fire and our fire service personnel without a huge expenditure of taxpayer dollars. The next logical discussion that we have to have on the committee is the large scale equipment replacement. When you get into ladders and you get into pumpers and you get into other, large vehicles, those are still a couple years away, but we'll start having those conversations and probably come back to this board at some point and have a further conversation as we get into those types of conversations. And then the last piece of this, quite frankly, is when we're looking at facilities, because when you have three departments, you have three separate buildings, they have three separate issues, right? We all have issues at all of our firehouses based on just the age and just basically, the maintenance required to maintain these properties. So there's going to have to be some decisions made as we go forward because the investments necessary, both in the buildings and in the equipment, are fairly substantial. Pumper trucks and ladder trucks and rescue vehicles are $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. Potential buildings are in that same neighborhood, so it doesn't take long to get into $1 million or $2 million worth of expenditure. And, for our community, that's a substantial amount of money and something that we have to really take a hard look at and make some decisions about how we want to fund that going forward. So we're just in the first phases of that conversation, and I'm sure a lot of that conversation comes back to these boards and how you want to ultimately go back to taxpayers and ask them to fund these services. But this is our first shot at trying to get, into these very competitive programs and try to get our gear and our manpower up to speed. So that's really been the focus.
Okay, board members, do you have anything? Questions over these
I
items?
have 2 questions
Okay.
when you're ready.
Right, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, I see them, but board members first.
I just had, just as a follow-up to that, I was going to ask the manager if the committee had, I know you guys are working, everything's in the pipeline, but is there any progress with the question of the Saxon River reimbursement for the trucks?
We just
And-
discussed that briefly, Wade, and so we're going to come back at our next meeting with some more concrete
Info.
decisions or language about that, and then have hopefully something for this board to look at in March.
And the other question was, what was the other one? Oh, what the committee felt that the recommended amount that the select board should be at least considering each year to put into the fire equipment fund.
Well, as you can see by what we're requesting by grant versus if that's not funded, the just this particular piece, which is only a couple of rescue trucks and some basic gear, is upwards of $675,000. So, and that doesn't get into some of our larger costs, which we talked about, our replacement. So I'm a little hesitant to give you a real number because, if we're successful here, that changes that conversation going forward. If we're not successful, then, we're going to have to come back and have a pretty serious conversation about how we want to pay for these things. That's a lot of additional tax rate. Let's just be blunt about, how this goes forward. So
Anyone else at the board level have a conversation? I do know that, but I just want to make sure that the board members don't have a chance to speak. So is that it? That's it, okay. And make sure you give your name so Kathleen can take it down.
My name is Rick Holloway. I'm the Saxons River trustee and resident. So I'm sure that the fire commission, whatever it is aware, and I'm sure, just want to make sure everyone else is aware here. You mentioned infrastructure, that the Saxons River Fire Station is pretty much falling in upon itself, and I hope some thought gets put into that. We've been talking for years about how to remedy that ourselves, and it's just it's an expense that the village of Saxons River is having a really hard time figuring out how to carry ourselves. So I appreciate any thought given to that.
I can't imagine that the committee isn't concerned, not spoken about some concern over that as well. Because again, like you
Right.
talked about the facilities.
we
And,
did talk about it, but I think that we really focused on these initial rounds of personal protective equipment and these initial rounds of grant funding. And then, those conversations about, what are we going to do with facilities, and then ultimately our larger vehicles are really going to be pretty extensive conversations. It's going to be a lot of money that the board's going to have to look into. Boards, plural.
Yes.
Do our 3 fire chiefs meet regularly in coordination?
We do through the committee. They also meet a lot informally, not in a formal setting. The committee's really, I think we're more geared towards these larger questions of, grants, procurement, and sort of the larger fire service operational questions. One of the things that we've talked about, and we really haven't decided if it makes sense at this point, is to look at, we need to start doing some updated runtime analysis to figure out where our runs are coming from, what's our response times, how are we doing, are there things that we should be looking at? And certainly those questions need to be answered before you even start talking about facilities, because that has impacts as to where you might want to locate facilities or other types of alternatives. So that's something that we're going to discuss at the committee level and probably come back to you with some recommendations about that as well. Because it's a lot of data, it's a lot of moving parts, and there's also, to be frank, it's a lot of very difficult politics. Anytime you guys want to start talking about fire companies, money, and how do we keep ourselves afloat, those are difficult conversations for elected boards. And it's not going to be simple to get those answers.
Anyone else? You're looking around. I don't see anything. It looks like we have no action to be taken on this, so.
It's more for your information. We just wanted to bring that to your attention because those grants are going in. As Gary said, I think they're due the 18th, but we're going to put them in 10 days early because we've been told that they don't like to see them in at the last minute.
I bet.
It actually, they detract, they take points away from your
Early bird
application.
gets the money, right?
So just for that, purpose alone, we just wanted to bring that to your attention. And we will come back, as Wade had asked us to, with some language about the other issues. That's been in front of the committee, but they wanted to tackle this first since it was kind of time sensitive. Secondary to that, just to, again, initiate a conversation, and it wasn't an agenda item, it's just more for your information and sort of for you to ponder, is, we do have these ARPA funds. There's lots of people that are willing to offer you help in terms of how you might want to spend them or how you want to prioritize spending them. This is just one option that Gary and I had discussed and put together. Again, on the back of this page, you can see it's a fairly comprehensive process to engage the public with some type of facilitation, and then obviously then come back and report to the three boards as to what types of prioritization was discussed, as well as what other advice might come to the board before the boards take it up with actual spending. And again, you've got time, so these funds don't have to be expended. I believe it's now 2024, but it's probably time to start that process of conversation and get a sense of where the public might have input, as well as then the board to participate with their priorities as well. So this was just an option that we took a swing at, wanted to bring to your attention, and we'll be looking for more specific sort of feedback from you folks as we go forward on that process. Because it will be, I think it'll be helpful to have this as a separate conversation outside of our traditional town meeting and budget process. I think these funds are somewhat unique, so we might want to set it up as a unique conversation.
Great, thank you very much. And that leads us to the next item on the agenda, which is to update the municipal overnight parking policy.
So we did put in the packet just our current information sheet, what we hand out to folks, as well as the actual application. We've had some incidences recently where people have come in and under false pretense got permits to park vehicles that didn't belong in our municipal lots. So what we've asked is if you would consider a requirement that anybody that does come in has to bring a copy of a registration. So therefore, we actually have some proof of what the actual vehicle is, that it's registered in Vermont. We've had a situation where it was not, it was a a mobile home and it was not even registered in Vermont, and they came in and requested a parking sticker for a car.
It's parked at exit 6 right now.
So,
Your parking right. Just saying.
That's
'cause
not
it's
even
town-
no, it actually
It's
moved
It
again.
isn't a town-owned lot?
It's in the mover lot at the moment.
Okay.
It's been jumping around, so
I
we're
know there's
working
been
on.
some- There's equipment trailer up there and a couple other things there.
Yeah,
One truck
the-
has been there that kids can't park before he works.
Well, I thought the select board at the time, here within the last year or so, came up with some ordinance or something to, because it was different than a state park and ride.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not a
it's
state
pretty
park.
liberal though.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it in other business, and I probably will, but
And I think this is a great addition, and we need to act on this. Yes, the changes.
It would be very helpful so that we can update this procedure and hopefully avoid having more of these people with bogus permits.
On the second page, though, on the Newbury lot, that's the Moon Dog Cafe, not the Mood Dog Cafe.
That would make sense.
Although when you go in, you might have a.
It could
mood.
change your mood, but it should be moon. I got it.
So you want to go ahead and do that with your board, and then I'll do the trustees. We'll get this passed. Motion to
Okay,
accept it this way, unless we have other idea.
you have in front of you the corrections. I assume the ones or the corrections or the additions are in yellow. They're
Yes.
highlighted. I'd take a motion to approve the updated overnight parking policy. We want to make a motion? Do I hear a second? Motion is made and seconded to update the municipal overnight parking policy for the select board only at this point. Any further discussion, questions?
Will there be new signage added to the lots about there's no overnight parking?
I think they're already, they've got, but we'll double check to make sure people are aware. So this is really more just for the registration process to make sure that people aren't giving us bogus information. That's really been the issue.
Is added on. Is it on
Any,
here?
any further discussion from the board?
I'm sorry?
well, if I could clarify, for this, you mentioned no overnight parking from November to April. Is that what you want to say?
I just want whatever whatever law we're passing, that people are aware of, when they're pulling into a parking lot, they aren't liable for
Yeah.
tickets because they don't know what's happening.
Okay.
So these letters are gonna go out or have gone out?
Or is this just the application? There'll be the application for incoming, for new
Correct,
stuff, right?
for the new stuff.
And where's the registration line?
If you look on the back,
Back of where? Oh, back of the back. The third page, is that what you're saying?
you must register, right? So we're asking you to basically bring your registration.
Must provide me with. I'm still not finding it. Where is it?
So she highlighted it in yellow. The language isn't great, but it says if you
No.
trade, sell, or demolish your vehicle, you must register the new vehicle at town hall.
But you're saying you want the registration.
So what we would ask you to do is just add additional language there to say, in addition, you must bring a copy of your current registration.
Right, and it
That's all.
should say that, and probably right on the front, there should be a line for the
Or it could be on the
registration number.
front. It doesn't matter where you want to put it. Yeah,
But, yeah, make sure to get it, yeah.
correct.
So it'd be additional
Amend the
amendment.
motion.
You'll need to
Yes.
amend your motion, I guess. It still needs additional language on here. It doesn't have that, that's all.
Doesn't know for what.
The the
Oh,
line
the
for a registration
uh,
number.
Plate,
Because you don't want it on just replacing your vehicle, you want it on the initial application.
right.
And if it's possible, we'd like it to be a current valid registration. 'cause
Right.
We've also had people bring in
Expired?
expired
That's great.
registration, you know.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to read that it requires that a registration be submitted when applying for this permit.
Current
Okay.
Current, yeah,
registration.
Right.
current registration, yes. Otherwise,
That
it's
would
the same
help.
thing.
Okay, accept the second, okay?
Yeah.
Motion's made and seconded to accept the overnight municipal parking permit policy. Any further questions? Discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries on this part.
Okay, so on the village part, I need a motion to accept, the new parking permit as amended with a current registration. Need a motion for that.
Motion to accept the updated parking application to include the current valid registration required as part of that process.
Okay, need a second?
Seconded.
Okay, is there further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No, we have it. There you go. Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen again. Let's see, item number 7 that we've added is cemetery maintenance. Would you like to speak to the issue? Wade?
Yeah. I just wanted, because we're all here, I just wanted to, on behalf of myself and a handful of folks that I heard from over the summer, just want to express, and I know this is a town function for budgeting when you do your cemetery maintenance budget and whatnot. Don't give it to the, if it's up for renewal,
It'll be rebid because it is up for rebidding.
okay, that would be good, because the performance of the outfit that did it this last year was pathetic. I did have a handful of complaints. I saw it myself several times. It was disgusting the way that they, at least the ones that I saw, which were 2 out of the 5, were maintained very poorly. So,
That's too bad, because they charge quite a bit for that.
yeah, so give it some consideration to renewing the old vendors
Yeah.
contract or whatever.
If I remember correctly, there were only 2 people that had
last
sent
time I-
in bids, and Eric Clark was the one that we usually hired, but he couldn't get any help, or supposedly that was the story he told us, and he done some extra fertilization and things like that that he wasn't getting paid for, or some, I don't know, there was some story there. So that's why this other outfit got hired, I think.
Yeah,
It wasn't, I think they were like the Lone Rangers.
I think
yeah, there you
so.
go, yeah.
The issue is just trimming because they'll cut, but the trimming is always the issue. And that's
Yeah.
what takes the most time and that's what they object to. And that's going to
It's a
drive your
cemetery,
price.
What are you gonna do?
Well,
You
yeah.
have
Oh,
to.
I know, but it's going to definitely be a price issue, so.
I will say, since my colleague on the Board of Trustees highlighted it, I was made aware of some issues out in Saxon's River at the cemetery and haven't taken a ride out there. I concur.
All you had to do is drive by Restland on
Yeah.
West Street,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and I think the manager's correct, trimming, but also
trimming, yeah.
I think the frequency of when they did mow,
Yeah.
Mhm.
because the clippings were like, it was a mess.
Well,
like
the
a
wet,
hayfield.
the wet weather was certainly a factor, no doubt about it. It was not a great year
Yes.
for contractors, but
Right.
I can just tell you you argued incessantly about that
Yeah.
with the trimming.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the issue going forward, and we can certainly reinforce that to bid, but it will be reflected in the price.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you could use some credit, because they were expensive and they didn't do a good job.
That's all I wanted.
No, it's a fair criticism because
Oh.
it was uneven at best, and in some cases it was poor.
Yeah.
When I went out at sometimes, it looked like there hadn't been any being done, but I say I don't travel out there, stop at cemeteries frequently, except maybe one in particular.
Mm. Okay.
All right, nothing further on that? Okay, thank you, Wade. All right, we'll review agenda items for our next meeting. We don't know when the next one will be.
It'll be sometime in March, I believe.
Yeah.
I just don't have the date.
After elections, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Is there any,
How does that March
What?
date pair with the tax share? You're gonna-
Oh, yeah.
We'll be underway before then, because as we talked about tonight, we're only giving them that January
So-
window
Yeah.
where they have a letter, and then
February
February
1st, right.
1st, we're going to start the process. So
okay,
we'll
Will
be
that-
well into it by March.
Yeah,
yes,
that criteria that you're talking about at that link for that assistance to a
Mhm.
taxpayer, will that be able to be completed by that individual in the state?
Well,
Is by-
no, the individual property owner will have to do it themselves. We can't
Really?
do it.
Right,
And the other
okay.
program that we were able to do for the actual utility delinquencies, we could do it.
Right.
But in this program, it's all by the owner. So it'll be 100% on them. And if they choose not to, then they'll go to tax sale. And
Mhm.
it's sort of the way it's going to be.
Okay. Did anyone have any other agenda items they'd like on the next joint board at this point? Nothing? All right. Next, review and approve orders, bills, and warrants.
So moved.
Second? Do we have it? They did. I think we took care of
You
ours
guys
last
already
week.
did them at your last meeting. They just
Right.
have to.
Yeah,
Yes.
just select one.
Just a select board for
Few more
those.
signatures required there.
Go ahead and move that then. Sorry. Pass these along. I think these two still.
Okay, motion's made and seconded to approve the review of the approved orders, bills, and warrants. Any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Okay, other business. Start with Scott.
Sure. The only thing I left copies on the table for everybody that shows our 2020 equalization study, and I believe we've handed this out before, but the number that is important is the coefficient of dispersion. That's 16.53%.
Mhm.
If that number gets above 20%, we are required to do a reappraisal.
Yeah.
So we are approaching, which, it's one of those dirty words, where we might have to do a limited appraisal to keep our number under that 20%. So I think the listers are working on some things, and they'll be talking to the select board as we go forward. But just as a general point of information, I wanted everybody to see that number, because we are approaching where we're going to be required to do it. And if you've lived through a reappraisal, you guys know how difficult they can be. It generates a lot of anxiety with taxpayers, and a lot of work, and a lot of frustration. So we're hopeful that we won't have to do that, but just wanted to give you a heads up, because we are getting close.
This is from December of last year.
Right, we'll be getting a new one soon,
Okay.
but I just wanted to show you, because with our sales and some of it could potentially be a higher number.
Yeah.
So,
And I was looking at the back, the opportunity to appeal is only 35 days after, but the listers to appeal is only 35 days after the receipt of the letter, so.
right. So to be continued, I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention, because it'll
Right,
be
thank you.
something that might be out there.
Okay. All right, Elijah, did you have any other business? Bonnie?
Nope.
Wade? No. Jiggs? And we will be having an executive session, there will be, and there may be action taken afterwards, do you think?
I think so.
No, maybe not, okay. At this point, I have nothing further, thank you. Yeah.
Couple things. There are two listers who are not going to be with us after the March election. So if anyone is interested in that position, they may want to drop into the lister's office and find out what it's all about. There will be a press release they're working on. It'll be coming out shortly to advise people of that. Camilla Roberts and Paula Wachowski will not be coming back. So just so you know. Just a reminder for our board that we have a meeting tomorrow night. Starts at 5:30. And it's basically pretty much budget.
Susan?
Yeah, just a warning to people that, there have been some break-ins in, rural Rockingham, Bartonsville, Lower Bartonsville Road was several cars where they're unlocked cars. People had rifled through them and stolen things that of value. These all started in Springfield, and they worked their way through Lower Bartonsville Road, and they could be in other parts of rural Rockingham. So remember, lock your cars.
Thanks, Susan. Jeff? Stefan?
It's a town item, but it happens to be with the park and ride. I've been driving by there every day. When you get into this time of the year where pavement's cold and you're parking large vehicles like commercial, you risk the opportunity of damaging your pavement, especially when they're parked right on the edge. It's a lot of weight with like a dual axle truck or trucks. So
I do know that someone told me that that's a guy that uses that truck for his employment, and he has no place to park it at his home.
Right.
So that's why I don't know whether
Well,
he got
I
permission to
yeah.
work. I don't know if he's got permission to park it there or not, I don't
I
know.
understand that, but I also recall where we've had issues with commercial vehicles in our village parking lot and also at the park and ride, and it was a topic. I just hate to see any damage done to the pavement because of a heavy vehicle sitting there, not to mention you're getting into a plow season, or we're in plow season. It makes it inconvenient with obstacles.
Especially if you can't move them right. Rick? All right, again, we will be going, do have an executive session, and there may not be any action taken. The select board, you need to do one, and then we'll need to do one. It's item number 2. Okay, well, hold on a second, I guess I'm gonna you go first. if you want.
Okay, I move that the select board go into executive session for the appointment or employment or evaluation of public officer or employee, but the public body must make a final decision to hire or appoint in an open meeting, and it must explain the reasons for its final decision per 1 VSA 313, parentheses A, parentheses 3. We have a second.
Second.
And it will not include the.
Motion's been made and seconded to go into executive session. This will be a discussion on the manager's evaluation, for anybody that's out there. Any further discussion, questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
All right, Jigs.
Yeah, I move that the board enter executive session to discuss the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, but the public body must make a final decision to hire or appoint in an open meeting, and it must explain the reasons for its final decision. 1 VSA 313A3.
Need a second?
Seconded.
All right, any further discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, folks. We will be going to executive session. The only thing we'll be doing when we come out is adjourn. Have a good night.
Record.